you say?
His bag is over there.
Oh, your bag? Your bag's over there? Already getting...
Hey, puppy.
We are at the gatehouse of the Congressional Cemetery underneath an umbrella. We're just not even a block away from the jail. Hi, Let Freedom Ring. Actually, a couple of the volunteers here attend the rally. No, I didn't have a chance today. I'm gonna wait until I have a couple days off coming up. When Mickey's out of town, I'm gonna go ahead and take a day or two off so I can have all day to finish my business, and I need a lot of stuff I need to get done. Hi Glenna, how are you doing? The moving umbrella. Yeah. Stand right here too. Like when it gets real bad, you're gonna have to stand. You won't be able to sit. I'm gonna have to stand too. This umbrella is not just in a post. It walks around. Oh yeah, I'm staying dry. Okay, thank you, Glenna. Hello, Tammy. And thank you guys for showing back up. Yes, it is. Rain or shine. We got it easy up. Right now we don't have it easy up. I got a big umbrella over my head, but we're going to have it easy up down there for the rally. Hi, Diane. Yeah, even all the critters, they get to take a day or two or a week or two. I just need a couple days. It's been 2 months straight, guys. When's the Trump rally? I don't know, but whenever it gets close, I'll be informed of it. It was a really good day. I scootered like probably 20 miles today. all over DC, and then it started to rain as soon as I got here. Then it stopped for like 30 minutes. I went for another ride, and then it started to rain again. And didn't make it to DC till about probably around 2. So were the critters really running down the metro the other day? I don't even look at their channels, so I just ask you guys.
They weren't. And our princess wasn't. No. I don't know about Lori or any of them. But,
Who was it, John? Mike's saying it wasn't Anarchy Princess. He looked at her footage. The critters, Squirrel, and Lori have some sort of dispute going on. Of course they do. Lori has a Trump flag. The other people scream insurrectionists, and they're total opposite sides of each other. They got put in one Antifa pit. So AP wasn't live then, John?
couple days ago, you missed the shooting that happened out in Chinatown.
Good. I like the ones in front of the White House, but I'm not going to go report on the ones in Chinatown and shit. It's no bueno.
What do you got that? When are you going to get a police scanner?
I think these are fake.
Huh? When are you going to get a police scanner?
I'm probably not going to. I need to download an app for that. But okay, they are real, they're just weird. No, I've tried. Trust me. It doesn't do anything. But I sat here for like a couple hours later. And it was a lot worse than this. My feet were getting soaked just sitting there. Ta-da. You know, John just gave me a timestamp. What happened? On APs.
On APs?
Yeah.
Let's see. It happened yesterday, right?
Why is he doing that? Splashing all the way up my screen.
Like pulls up right there.
I think there's probably a reason it was the way it was. Could be because when it storms, maybe it tries to break too. So they try to keep it limp so it doesn't have as much force to break it.
What was the timestamp?
1:11:30. Yeah, it's the swamp.
John, I stand corrected. I am so sorry.
You're staying corrected.
Yes. Because whenever I was watching, I thought she like ended and then started again. So I started at the beginning and I saw her vaping and I was like, so that's her going down the escalator.
I'll feel unsafe. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? I don't want.
Oh, she lose service right there?
I think it might be my service.
No, I think it's hers because that's the end of the video. She doesn't even get service in the subway?
We're not gonna go far in here.
We're not gonna go far, she said.
Yeah, she said we're not going to go far in here. So, looking for us.
It's a wet swamp. Yeah, they didn't have any money. She said it's good exercise though. Y'all ran there to get stopped at the gate. Y'all definitely aren't from DC. Definitely not from DC. Oh man. DC loves me. Oh yeah.
I should take her to Anacostia at 11:30 at night.
What part of DC likes her? You think it's Northwest?
Yeah.
I don't even think it's that.
I think I should take her to Anacostia at 11:30 at night.
I don't think she'll go. Maybe we could date her there.
She wants to report on some real stuff that's going on here in DC.
All charges were dropped against Crystal when she sprayed Ant. Ant's not happy. The judge probably saw a woman as like, really? Like, you're trying to press charges on a woman who defended herself with pepper spray? But didn't she get arrested? I don't know.
She did get arrested, but they let her go.
No, again though. She got arrested again. How you doing, Corey? Shout out to Corey in Colorado. Hello, Oklahoma. Use your words. Use your words.
Can you please pass me the letter? So I can smoke my cigarette.
Yuck.
Thank you. I mean, out of all the things that I've done in my life, I think smoking is like, smoking a cigarette is always the worst thing. say this is way better than having a constant drip on. But I got this in low.
Oh wow, Glenna. $117. Are you Death Valley? Thank you, 49th. Thank you so much. We are all bringing a lot of awareness to this. And the goal is to get some congressmen out here. Goal is to get them tried ultimately. It seems like it's gonna take Congress to do it. That's all I got.
So it's not my phone. It's the battery.
It works for everyone else's, but it's not supported by your phone. It's supported by everyone else's phone, but not your phone. Because even, what's his name? Dominic used that battery there. Thank you, MGB. Yeah, I gotta take a couple days off too, so I can go to the DMV because all the YouTube funds and are locked up until I can show them my identification, and so I'm gonna have to take a day just for the DMV in order to unlock those funds.
up, Silver Wolf?
Thank you, Sherry. No, I don't know yet, James.
I can find out. Give me a moment.
I have to make a phone call today. Everyone's going to show up here. Because we're already on something. Thank you, Sherry. Look at that dog. How you doing? read the ingredients. How many words do you have trouble pronouncing? I have trouble pronouncing a lot of the words. Probably means I have problem digesting those words too.
I paid $1.25 for it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for all the likes, everybody. Is this a private cemetery or public? I think it's private.
I have no clue.
If it was public, they'd be getting funds from the government. Instead, their dogs fund the cemetery.
I mean, they've got 40,000 people that walk their dogs through.
They don't have, there would be at least 1,000 to 2,000 people a night here. Easy. Is that what the sign says?
That's what I was told by one of the guys that was in the office.
I doubt it. Or maybe. We have 40,000. That's ridiculous. I don't know.
$500 a dog. That's not including the people that had more than one dog.
And I guess the people who got a grave here, what if like their biggest fear would be like, what if they turn into a dog park? And you can't just move the grave. Hello, Missouri. Hello, JD. Thank you, Face of America. Oh, excuse me. I'm going for a walk. No seat.
Yeah. Dad's on his way.
How you doing? Pretty dog. You coming? Watch, just gonna look up. Mike. Yeah, Give Send Go wasn't working last night, but it's working today. For me, at least. They were having issues. I even checked it online, said they were down. I think we might be out of the rain now. That wasn't too bad. No, I don't have flip-flops on. I think it might be this bag. Huh, look at this. Someone threw all the caution tape all around. It's okay, we can use some of those cones elsewhere. Yeah, look at this stuff here. I think they put us in this barrier, but then they leave these studs poking out. And this is on their property, they're claiming, so it's kind of concerning. And even on the city property here, sidewalk's all messed up. I guess maybe someone put the cones and the tape all around the messed up sidewalk, trying to say, hey, there's a problem here. Because that's going to be a big problem. That's no good. Hello, baby steps. Thank you for all the likes, everybody. This tape doesn't even make sense at all. Move this out of the way. Everyone knows it's a big problem here. This is kind of similar. The guards did this because I see on that cone it says maintenance. But this is really similar to things that they'll do inside the jail. When I say similar, I just mean they mess with the inmates quite often. Yeah, city didn't come out and do this. This is all the guards. Some thick caution tape. That's the real stuff. And we can use a cone over here on these studs. That have already hurt a couple people. That one doesn't make sense. I'll be taking that down once more people get here. Yeah, and over there on their side, the guards put a cone on that broken light pole because they have exposed wires and it's a lot of rundown. I think the reason why they don't get funding is because they actually get a lot of funding towards all the lawsuits they incur. Yeah, they're probably not lacking any money. They get a lot of money, but all that money has to go towards these lawsuits that happen left and right. So basically, there's probably a team of lawyers that run this jail when it comes down to it. And when I say run, I mean they're the ones making all the money. I mean, see that gate down, the chains are these legs down. this quick. Wow, that's crazy, John. Yeah, the agents don't get arrested. The whistleblowers do. Well, it's a sunny day now. Cooled off like 10 degrees. Real nice day. Thank you, G-Pat.
Hey, what happened to your other car? What's here?
Did you guys hear the way the guards talk to each other? Oh, we got Montgomery County Police coming to deliver a suspect. Montgomery County is in Maryland.
upset about coming this way, but well, they're make a right. Yeah, make a right, then make another right, and then turn on the rest. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's another country here. Oh, they're going to go pick up an inmate. They're empty right now. They're coming to pick up an inmate. They'll be shackled at the legs and the hands. Even if he's just something real simple and minor, they're going to shackle the heck out of him for transport. Montgomery County is not used to being filmed. That's why I filmed him. How you doing, Doug?
Okay.
Nice to see you.
Kind of a wet start to the evening. We were still in all the way where I normally stay when the rain started. And I need to get up there, so better stop raining by the time I got here. I gotta carry this around. I don't like carrying stuff.
You need a backpack.
I'm lazy. I'm lazy. But everything's cleaned off. The grass got watered. That's all that's important. There's a couple of it. Is that an abandoned building over there? Is that the abandoned building?
Yeah, it's one of them. You want to go see it?
Yeah, I went over there the other day with
No, I'm talking about the crazy hospital, the old mental ward.
right. We walked all the way around. I can't remember what was the name of the guy that we walked with on Sunday. He's from Baltimore. Anyway, we walked all the way down to the
Oh yeah.
Crossy River.
Yeah.
And then we went all the way over past
Saya.
Saya?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went all the way past over onto Heritage and Kingman Islands there, and so we kind of saw all this stuff.
And we can cut through here on the public sidewalk to see that building, the big one, dude. It's like a giant hospital. Like it's literally like the.
Is there anybody in there?
Yeah, because there's an exposed window that's wide open on the first floor, and the guards are telling me that homeless people live in there. And you stick your head even close to it, and it reeks of mold in there. It's illegal to have an abandoned building in DC that has openings. You have to have everything boarded up. So why is DC allowed to have this building that they should turn into a facility that facilitates homeless people and people just getting out of jail? They don't even have to hop a bus there. They can just walk next door.
And the transition.
Yeah. So that's why I liked exposing that. And it'd be great for ghost hunters too. Not that I really believe in that.
Ghost in here.
Yeah.
Crazy ghost.
Man, I mean, I don't really believe in that stuff, but if it's real, it'd be in there. Here's some weird things and rats and
Screeches. Yeah.
They can have a classroom there to train the guards better.
And when you're in public, be nice to each other. Stop being such jerks.
Oh, there's Saya.
Hey, Saya. What's up? Did you hear us talking about you or something?
Yeah.
So this will be Mickey's last night for a while, for at least 4 nights, I think. California.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a day or two off as well. So I have to go to DMV and get my license taken care of. Or, yeah.
ID license, like driver's license?
Yeah. But I'm gonna, for right now, I'm just gonna get my, because I am a licensed driver out of Missouri.
Right.
Like, it's clear. But that's Missouri, and they won't send me one in the mail. I have to go to Missouri to get it. And Virginia won't access Missouri's records. They say I have to bring my transcript to them. Like, you think Virginia would make me pay $20 for that, but they're like, nope, you have to do it all yourself. So their link wasn't working last time online. So that's like I have to do stuff through snail mail and the old way to get my transcript, so I can prove to them I'm a licensed driver. And then they'll give me a license, maybe. Or they might make me take their tests, even though I've been a licensed driver out of the state of Virginia before. Who knows? It's always something, and then you finally get it.
I just gave up.
That's why I'm just gonna get my walkers
Right.
for now, because I need my walkers ID.
Somebody suggested that I go back and try to get my ID again. I'm just like, you know what? I'm so tired of the paperwork and the confusion. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play no more. I'm fine just walking. Although a friend of mine from California called, and I'm like, oh, it'd be really nice to see my friends from California. It's a long walk, though.
Yeah.
So if I had the idea, I could fly back there and come back. You know, I don't have to stay there. And here.
Yeah, I was all over Missouri, but I mainly stayed around Kabul.
Who's here? Oh, Dave.
Yeah, let me turn the camera this way before you go. Actually, put it up here. There we go.
Such a smell. So it begins. I'm going to count how many bricks are up here and put these even.
Right, we're gonna get it right. It's my last night here for a little while. I'm sad.
Well, yeah, there's a few of us that are going to be missing you. Not just those of us out here.
That's nice. I like to be missed. How old lady friend, I'd a whole lot rather have want me and not have me than have me and not want me.
I actually really like the raindrop
Puppy dog.
The only way I can get in is somebody's out.
Ugh, I'm getting a cough. A good day to take the day off. Isn't there 12 days of Christmas?
And from some obscure pagan law, Joshua speaks.
The idea is, in the Jewish mind, the number 12 speaks of perfection, but only in regards to what I'm choosing to govern. So God chooses 12 tribes, teaches them His law that He may govern. So Jesus comes and takes 12 minutes. Okay, let's see if we can get it right. Let's do that.
Shaking my head and thinking something ain't right. Is it just me? Am I losing my mind? Am I standing on the edge of the end of time? Am I the only one? Tell me I'm not. Who thinks of taking all the good we got and turning it back? Hell, I'll be damned. I think I'm turning into my old man. Am I the only one willing to bleed? Take a bullet for being free. Screaming, what the fuck in my TV? For telling me, yeah, you're telling me that I'm the only one willing to fight for my love, the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. Am I the only one not brainwashed? Making my way through the land of the lost, who still gives a shit and worries about his kids as they try to undo all the things he did. Am I the only one who can't take no more screaming? If you don't like it, there's a fucking door. This ain't the freedom we've been fighting for. It was something more. Yeah, it was something more. Am I the only one willing to fight for my love, the red and white and the blue? Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. Not the only one. Can't be the only one. Am I the only one who quit singing along every time they play Springsteen's? Am I the only one sitting here, still holding on, holding back my tears for the ones who paid with the lives they gave? God bless the USA. I'm not the only one willing to fight for my love, the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. I'm not sea. Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. Where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
My phone just made a strange noise. I guess I opened up that my open up. Today, I had this guy ask me to do a podcast. He called me to make sure the sound was okay because I was going to do it in the car. And then I thought I closed him out, but I didn't. We got his email about 5 minutes
Oh, he couldn't say anything?
Maybe I didn't hear him. I thought maybe it was just too loud. And we were in the car and it was raining and the windshield wipers were going and stuff, so I didn't even realize it was going. I saw the little orange thing opened up in the top.
Black thing, hold down the red button.
I almost, I called some, I think it was Karen or something. Some office. Freaking her. It didn't go through, but it says like leave a message. And I didn't trust anything I said. It's crazy conversation. And like then we hear it say, message recorded. And then I was like, oh, we look at each other like, who was that? I told her who was it. Then it gives me the option to hit leave and record. I'm like,
yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. How'd you know?
That has been a wild conversation for me.
Yeah, I was one of the I'm a full contract. We've done a lot of work.
Josh.
Wrap them in the red.
Okay, well, we're starting out our evening. We're starting out just slightly earlier than we have been. We had some rain, which was actually really
I'll walk.
mysterious today. It's been threatening rain for, I think, hard for maybe like 2 weeks. Then it just
Do you have a lead?
Huh? Hour and a half or
Back?
so. So we got a nice, Mom got a nice drizzling, and so we're really grateful to the Lord for that. Oh my gosh!
Do you have tags?
Good to see all of you.
Any kind of
Hello. I thought I was just filming in the air there, but look at you guys right here.
So legally you have a dog chip on you. Sports your local chip. Chip your dog.
Your dog runs away. Gets away.
I let them know thank you, Susan. See what's happening. Hi, Cupcake. Let me, she's over here talking with some folks, so when she walks past, I'll ask her if she knows off the top here. I'm sorry, we're buffering on. So sorry.
He just said they arrested 4 more guys down in Florida today. From January 6th, they're still picking people up. They could come by here and pick me up. But any charge they could do probably pretty easy. They could charge me instigating violence if they wanted to. They could do that on any citizen now. There's a new thing out there people don't know that they slip through without us seeing. Somebody had it written down today. It's a real messy situation.
No, that's Ivan.
Easily they can grab any of it.
Those are your own words, actually. When you were first talking to Steve and all the guys from the 1776.
Beautiful day after the rain here in DC.
Yeah, real nice day.
According to what he was just saying, 4 more were arrested, I assume for J6 situation. Maybe for violating their J6 prosecution. Like, don't get on the internet. You know?
Maybe they were just people like me and you.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm concerned about too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already kind of working out here in DC, and then all of a sudden, Steve and Josh are gone.
Yeah.
So far, it's been great. We had a nice.
And you hear from us months later.
Yeah.
After going through the gulag.
No, after they finally give us phone access.
Yeah. treat us poorly.
Hopefully they don't make you my celly.
Yeah, I don't think so. That'd be kind of cool. We got arrested, you know, we might have to shot the dude. Probably. Well, they might want to listen to us for a while, so they'd probably purposely do it. And thinking that we're going to give them the beans. Spill the beans. Yeah, I'll spill the beans all day long with Josh. That we'll have their heads spinning right off their necks. They'll be like, what did I say today? They said they're going to take over the world. Get all this evil out of it. Who's going to do it? God? Where's that from? Where's it at?
Yeah,
let's research that. It's in the Holy Bible. All over it.
Yeah.
Front and back. I like how a lot of people are picking their chairs now. We just line them up. Let's get a line of chairs all the way down the graveyard.
Yeah.
You know? I'm gonna have another cracker.
I want one. I didn't eat anything today.
Nobody but Jesus.
Welcome to the world, baby boy. I'll paint you red and white and blue. The indoctrination starts as soon as you come out the womb. Pretty quick, we'll make you stupid with curriculums at school. And if the classroom doesn't do the trick, we'll make you watch the news. Pick your team, right or left, take the red pill or the blue. You can vote, but even if you win, still everyone will lose. Don't forget to buy designer because Gucci makes you cool. We prioritize material belongings over truth. Get a job that you can't stand so you can buy some cans of food. Go overseas and now for freedom, there's some oil we can use. Our democracy exists so that you think that you can choose. But our algorithms make you do what we want you to do. What's the problem? Your depressed society has you confused. We got medication for you that you'll probably abuse. Go get married to a lady who also don't have a clue. And pop out a few babies that are just the same as you. Welcome to the system. Everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the
We need Captain Matthew back here, guys.
doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the world, baby girl. I'll paint you pink if that's okay. We'll encourage self-destruction through the music that you play. We divided out of men by trying politics and race, and honestly, it's working awesome. So for you, we'll do the same. Never teaching you to love yourself, inject you full of hate, objectify your sexuality, then blame you for the rape, and weaponize the differences that make our men and women great. And just to screw with you, erase the genders. Everyone's the same. We'll empower you with rights to vote and fight for equal pay, then have the men turn into women, and you'll fight for them again. But you thought you had Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the world, everybody. I'ma paint you black and white. I'ma make you hate each other so that everyone will fight. I'ma give you our religion, let the righteous find the light. But I will also give you science to oppose the word of Christ. And I'ma give you borders, they're imaginary lines. If you cross them, go to war and win when everybody dies. And I'ma give you money that you'll value more than life. And let the 1% have everything while you fight to survive. And then I'll give you politics, I'll call it left and right. And while you divide yourselves, I will conquer both the sides. Can't you see? I'm the system, my whole purpose is divide. What you choose will never matter because everything is mine. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong.
How well this holds up with racing.
I'm just trying to be a father, be the daughter and their son, be a lover to their mother, everything to everyone, up and at 'em bright and early, small business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, just do it anyway. Providing for our future, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, seeing all that I can be. I can't call them sick on Mondays when the weekend's been too strong. I just work straight through the holidays, sometimes all night long. You can bet that I stand ready when the wolf growls at the door. Yeah, I'm solid, yeah, I'm steady, yeah, I'm true down to the core. And I will always do my duty, no matter what the price. I've counted up the cost, I know the sacrifice. Oh, and I don't want to die for you, but if dying's asking me, I bear that cross with honor, 'cause freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. And my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front lines, sleep in peace tonight. American soldier. Take a stand when liberty's in jeopardy. I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front line, sleep in peace tonight. American soldier,
Can you feel comfortable reading the prayer, or would you rather ask me to go? Thank you. Would you like to read the prayer?
I'm a little on the shy side. That's all right. That's all right. Will you, Justin? Yeah, way to go.
There we go.
I think we're all afraid.
Hey, Dom, how are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Don't want you thinking I'm walking past you this time.
Oh, no way. I knew you wouldn't.
Here, hold on. Because they tell me every day. Here it is.
Spend his life living off the land. Steady hand with a clean soul. It breaks his heart seeing born cars. Build fuel, it is an hour.
I'm having dinner.
He's got the red, white, blue, white hound farm. Second cat tattoo on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag in the back. It says USA.
Now you guys want to come on down here and get ready to have prayer?
Great.
Oh, I gotta go get my camera. I forgot my people in the car.
Can't wait to get a decent tripod. I have to put this thing together at least 2 or 3 times a day, guys. Look, there goes the other part. No, it was given to me like this. It was a freebie.
Nice.
But
What do you need? Tape?
no, I got this right here. Tape won't hold because it's flexible.
Okay, I'm done.
Gotcha. Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta go get my camera. I'll be right back.
We're not all going to tell you I'm Tom Speciale and why are you wearing the elite?
So who's? Do we have any? Is everyone in this crowd right here vetted and known?
Everybody have hands.
Just let me know if somebody infiltrates.
I know we're on IRS's list.
Like opportunities to present themselves.
Yeah, they're coming that my nose.
Where's Linda?
I gotta put it over here.
We're gonna pray, brother.
Heavenly Father, we come to you humble. We seek your face, we seek your presence. We are your people. We want to thank you for this great group of patriots inside this facility and outside this facility. I want to pray for everyone's path forward, pray for justice, pray for breakthrough on the millions and billions of prayers that have been made for these folks for the last year and a half. We thank you for everything, Lord. We are here for you. We pray that you guide us every step of the way. In your name we pray, amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Born and unborn.
Amen.
Good to see you. Again.
I'm impressed with that. Don't let that weird fool. We just met. Which I'm sorry to say. You know, I walked up and they're like, Ivan's here. Ivan's here. I was like, he is? Where is he? Look at my voice. He might pick the room up. Okay. Hey. Yeah, that was, yeah. Okay.
I'm running behind the 8 ball. I know.
Yeah,
Why is that?
That's why we
Oh man. So it was Andy Jackson or Adam Jackson from Texas.
We gotta blow that up. We gotta blow it
So are you glad though?
Okay, so I'm going to be in September, so where? Did you go to court today?
This is the other, all the 6 months of the
out of all the raid ones, it was to retain all the documents ready to close my hurricane.
Why didn't you call me, Karen?
So they seized it. We're going to reclassify it to be able to provide that.
I love Karen. Yeah, when you can't handle it, I'll do it.
Carry
But
on.
he's the only good judge. Why would he cut that off?
Keep on giving. Every day the world keeps on taking.
So one of us has to.
And shining on is only there to pay. Carry on. Weary traveler, restless soul. You were never meant to walk this road alone, and it won't be worth it. So just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be no more searching. Haven't seen a girl Jesus, come on and make it all and it burning. Keep
You were never meant to walk this road alone. It'll all be worth it. So just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be alone. You won't be weary long. You won't be weary long. Someday soon we're gonna make it home. Someday soon we're
I hear you, Cora.
Someday soon we're gonna make it home. 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 Gonna make it home. We'll be
But I have not yet. They are doing everything.
You were never meant to walk this road alone. I know it'll all be worth it. So just hold on. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. Weary traveler, you won't be weary long. Weary traveler.
What is a non-congruent point? So I went and I looked it up, and what a non-congruent point is the appointees. All of the political appointees can no longer participate in partisan activities.
The only reason why I'm still that I think I have not recommended is every time based on I immediately reach out to my two buddies. One of them you know, one of them you don't. I've known him for over 2 decades. Oh, good.
Yeah. And so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, the one down there. The guy, that's the recruiter. That's they tried to refer today.
I love you. Oh my God.
What?
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I'm gladly stand up next to you when it can hurt today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this way. God bless the USA.
Is the news and shit to disrupt their information and all of those things that I know. Because there's, you know what I realized acceptable? Dude, I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you. When I talk to them, they're like, oh, listen, I heard
from the lake to Minnesota.
Yeah, I gotta tell you this.
To the hills
I
of Tennessee.
Who?
What?
Did I tell you about the whole
They don't really come and join the ritual very often.
right?
Oh, yeah.
From Detroit down to Houston. New York to LA.
Past week, yeah. It's been like the past week. He comes down here, and then when everything starts, he goes back up. I'm here for this. You know, even if I have feelings.
And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you when it can hurt to me. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this man. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, but at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you there ain't no doubt our love is real. God bless the
Culture within the FBI. The culture of the FBI.
USA! 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 God bless America, land that our love stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the ocean, wide with gold. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless
Why they come back and then the
Does the music interfere with your live stream? How are you doing?
I'm fine. Feeling a little groggy. So.
Hey, what happened?
They are fully unwitting. Well, I've heard that letter isn't an English the way I address that is who wrote it, wrote it, and what was the sourcing information. All of that that we used was all to come up with that assessment. I will be in a better position.
I said the old courthouse is kind of run down. I said the old flagpole is leaning. That's a ragged old flag. He said, have a seat. I sat down. Is this the first time you've been to our little town? I said, I think it is. He said, I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud.
Oh, yeah?
You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware. And it got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key said, watching it right and say, can you see? And it got a bad rip in New Orleans. Packenham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell.
Because we're like,
beside the Texas flag.
and we've done this other stuff.
She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville. And she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a birth.
I'm going to go by.
She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low. She was in Korea, Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving back here at home. They're all good land here. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, refused, and the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape. She's been through the fire before. And lady, she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning. We take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her up. I do brag, because I'm mighty proud of that raggedy
Still making it.
This one's for my boys and girls. My voice is all that I can give. They've taken everything except this life I live. Politicians smile when they burn my town. Said tear another statue to the ground. They're trying to divide with fear and keep us in our homes till it's too late. Well, they came with guns, said welcome to our youth. No rights, no tribes, and they locked me in a cell. So to my boys, I left behind that January day. I stood for thoughts, I stood for words you may never get to say. And through the years and all the tears, we may never be the same. So I pray those men on the block lost everything. But every single night there's an anthem they sing. Then I sit down, try to write to my son words about wisdom and honor and love. Will they ever understand that I stood for them? Trying to right the wrongs that evil put us in. So to my boys, I left behind that January day. I stood for thoughts, I stood for words you may never get to say. And through the years and all the tears, we may never be the same. So I pray that you choose to see through all the lies that you're told. They can take time, but they can't take your mind or your soul. They want you to hate, but it's never too late to choose love. So choose love, choose love, choose love, choose love. 'Cause there's a formula of lies and mistruths. They used to tear down the best of us. There's a simple answer to what we must do. Strip them of their power, give it back to you. If you stand with the truth, they'll
put you in a ditch. If you talk about freedom, they'll remind you you're a slave. So to my boys, I left behind that January day. I stood for thoughts, I stood for words you may never get to see. And through the years and all the tears, we may never be the same. So I pray a voice of song that I can get. We've taken everything except what's not falling. So this one's for my boys and old men. They're sending me away 'cause I took the stand. I gotta go away 'cause I took the stand. Is there anyone left to make a stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I'll stand and place my hand upon my heart every time her anthem plays. When I see somebody on TV take their stand on bended knee, whether it's on AstroTurf or grass, I think of those whose freedom was not free. And I say, take a knee, my ass. I'll stand up for the flag, take off my hat. Can I get you to hold that flag? Or we're going to lean it up over here. I'm going to shoot a video of her with the flag in the back. When we get ready here in a couple minutes.
Okay. How you doing, everybody? Here, let me fix this.
From Valley Forge to Vietnam, 9/11 to Afghanistan, that star-spangled banner does yet wave. I won't forget, I owe a debt of gratitude I never can repay.
You want a nice picture of a flag? Take this one.
Hey. Hey, John, you're on. Oh, hey, I had a real quick question. Can you take me away from the thing for 1 second?
Oh.
No private conversation. I got some light here tonight. Okay. Might be some sand in a beach ball and ride it home. If you're watching.
No, Jeffrey didn't speak yet. They're just coming.
All right, we're ready to go.
Good evening, people. Welcome to the Kansas Family Hour. My name is John. I'll be your PT bottom for the night. So step right up and grab a chair, because there are good men in here being treated unfair. It's inhumane and we are frowning. The DOJ makes us feel like we are drowning. I am broadcasting to you live from inside the most disgusting freak show on earth, the DC Gulag. We are going to have a very sobering show for you tonight. We will have 3 great patriots who are going to give you a wake-up call better than a traffic cop or Nancy Pelosi's husband. Then at 9 p.m., we are going to be led in prayer by our Mama Bear herself, our sweet Mama Mickey. Before we sing the Star-Spangled Banner louder than yodelers on a Swiss mountainside. I must say, thank you all so much for spending the month of August with us every night. And thank you for everyone watching online. We really appreciate your love and support. Please share this live stream link with every media contact and politician you can. Tell everyone what Mama Mickey has been doing. I don't care if you can only share it with a local news cameraman or Don Lemon's sex therapist. It makes a world of difference. It really does. Thank you. Now, I must acknowledge a goddess among mortals, a queen amongst peasants, a mama bear and a spiritual leader, mother of Ashley Bennett, a true American hero, our very own, beautiful and articulate Mama Mickey. Without you, Mama, none of this would have been possible. From your eagle's nest in the month of August, something very special was born. So many of our family members and supporters have made the pilgrimage this month and have witnessed the magic around you. God has blessed you, little mama, and we all have your back. The spirit of Ashley is here with you. Our strength grows with you. I am so grateful to know you, and it really is an honor to talk to you. I'm here to serve you any way I can, little mama, for the rest of my life. I love you.
Thank you, John. I love you too.
And if anyone would like to support this movement, please go to www.forashley.com. That is the number 4, Ashley with an I, forashley.com. All right? And if anyone would like to get to know us patriots better in our own words, please visit www.wearegoodmen.com. That is wearegoodmen.com. All right. And at my lawyer's request, I would like to offer a disclaimer. The views and opinions and ideas by any guest tonight are their own. I do not have any foreknowledge of the comments made on this platform. God bless America. I did. I had a legal visit this morning. Anyway. All right. Sean McHugh, our first guest up, 35-year-old father of a 14-year-old son from Northern California. God bless him. He's good. He's wild. He holds the record for the most grievances filed. Sean McHugh.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, everybody. This is Sean McHugh.
Hey, Sean McHugh. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. I can't say that is probably accurate. I probably do hold the most grievances filed in this jail, so I gladly boast that achievement. So thank you. Today, I know that we have someone in the crowd. His name's Ivan Raikling.
Yes, we do.
And we have some followers in here of Ivan, and we have just kind of a conglomerate of questions. We're curious if Ivan's up to it, if we can ask him some questions on his thoughts and opinions on what's going on out there on his Telegram post, and specifically related to January 6th. And if he doesn't know or he's uncomfortable, just say pass and we'll move on.
All right, he's working his way to the microphone. He's getting his own phone set up. He wants to catch us on his own live stream, so he's in just a couple minutes, and he's coming down to
You
talk.
know what I'm gonna do? Are you on
Well,
Telegram?
in light of giving him a couple of minutes,
Is it on Telegram?
if I get anything wrong in the introduction, please correct me. And this is, like I said, a conglomerate of questions from other people, and including myself in here on some of them. And yeah, like I said, if he's not comfortable with anything, we can move on.
I'm comfortable with everything.
He says he's comfortable with everything. I'm going to put the mic up to him now. You're talking to him.
Hey, Ivan Raiklen here.
All right.
Thank you. I didn't even know anybody knew who I was. All I do is spew information, the truth, on Telegram. What's up?
Okay, well, only the cool kids know who Ivan Raiklen is. So that's why we're talking to you today. Please forgive me if I get any of the following incorrect. Your name is Ivan Raiklen. That's IVAN RAIKLIN. That's your channel on Telegram. You got 16,500 followers, earned followers, I should say. You served in the military for 23 years. You ran the National Guard Special Forces team in Texas. You got a master's in Science and Strategic Intelligence from the University of National Intelligence. You earned a law degree, and you campaigned for awareness on veteran suicide by running a total of 1,776 miles and 22 miles a day, signifying the 22 veterans that we lose every day. You worked with Mike Liddell in Wisconsin, worked closely with General Michael Flynn during the Trump administration, and you were in favor of military intervention for the reversal of the 2020 election results. Did I get all that right?
There's a couple corrections in there, mostly accurate. On the last one, that's going to be the most, I think that's the one that I need to correct on the last one. When you say military intervention, I articulated that when we have an illegally conducted election as it was in 2020, I laid out the path via a tweet that was retweeted by President Trump. I believe it was December 22nd of, actually 23rd is when he retweeted it. And in the Electoral Count Act, it stated that if by the 4th Wednesday of December, the Vice President, the President of the Senate, by the name of Mike Pence, did not receive electoral slates from certain states, he was required and obligated under that Electoral Count Act to send a memorandum to those respective secretaries of state telling them that they did not submit their electors. Through my legal reasoning and personal private citizen reasoning, I thought to myself, well, those electors have to be submitted legally, legitimately. Well, when we know that the elections were changed and conducted not according to that state's election law, that triggered a violation of the federal Constitution's Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which states that the state legislatures are the ones that decide on electors. And the way they do it is through their election law. So when the election is conducted outside of the state legislature's election law, it triggers that federal constitutional violation. Now, as a federal officer, as the vice president, the first one in that electoral college process, when he receives an illegally certified and illegally transmitted and unconstitutionally transmitted slate of electors from 6 states, he is obligated, I argued, to write that memo to those states telling them, hey guys, illegal here. I'm not going to vote on how you should submit your electors, but you need to I can recognize that you submitted them illegally. You have 3 options. 1, you hold a new election according to your election law, and then send those results according to that election. Number 2, you abstain from sending electoral votes until you figure out what to do. Or number 3, based on an investigation. Or number 3, you hold a special legislative session between your state house and your state senate to then determine how to allocate those electoral votes. That was what I told America via Twitter. President Trump caught on to that and amplified that, and subsequently the Mike Pence LIVE-J4J6 cover-up committee, who's headed up by his running mate for 2024, so he thinks, Liz Cheney, is basically saying that my tweet is criminal. Wrong. We're about to get them. So let me pause there on the military thing. Because that didn't occur, I recommended that there would be a surgical use of the National Guard of these respective states. I have 30 seconds. They would use the National Guard in those states to make sure that the state legislature held that vote. And it would only be use of the military in that circumstance to facilitate a safe roll call vote in the 6 contested states. Once that occurred, then that would be the end of that military use. And that's not dictating or coercing anyone on how to vote. It's just to hold the vote. And they could have reaffirmed Biden electors if they wanted, and that would have been legal.
Okay, questions?
Okay, that answered my first question. Given your support, how would that look like? What would that look like? So you answered my first question. And I just want to say this is going to take more than one call. I'm going to have to call back in and maybe another time if that's okay with you. And then we can move forward. But
I'll spend as much time as you guys need.
So this is awesome. This is great. We're eating it up in here. Would it be fair to say that military leaders could not lawfully execute orders given by an illegitimate civilian government?
That's a complicated question. Let me try to say it this way. I'm not going to answer that question today because you'll find out tomorrow why. Anything related to current military stuff right now, I'm not going to answer it today. Tomorrow.
It's great. Okay.
He said tomorrow he can start doing it. I guess that means he's going to be back tomorrow. So you can ask him that question tomorrow. Okay, next one.
Okay, cool. I got more. I got a lot more.
Go ahead.
Okay, given what we saw in Afghanistan and then the forced vaccinations, resulting in a purge of our military, in your opinion, is our military splintered?
Oh, yeah.
You just heard the background noise. Absolutely.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
No, there was a reaction from the crowd to that question, so he's going to answer again.
I think everybody knows that, and the rest of the country knows. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna let you hang up because I hate it when this lady cuts me off. So have John call back, and I'll have Ivan ready. So we'll be ready.
Yeah, I'll have John call back.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So they can cite that, right? They're all huddled together with one call? Okay.
Ivan and I are...
Sorry, I went long on that one, but I think that's where he wanted to go.
You are looking these guys up right now.
Yeah.
They're like going,
put that one in here.
I don't know, I'm at home just basically thinking through stuff.
I'm gonna let you do
Hey,
it.
if you want to, while you're waiting, if you want to tell all these live streamers where they can find you on social media.
So I don't use any of the socialist media platforms, which is the big tech platforms, right? Which are going to be soon small tech, because we're off-ramping everyone onto the truth-giving platforms. So I'm on Truth, Ivan Raiklin, IvanRaiklin. I'm on Telegram for the time that Apple and Google remove Truth Social, probably the next 24 hours, off of their Play Store and the Apple Store. So Telegram, Ivan Raiklin. I'm on Getter. I'm on Locals. My long form, deep dive, analytic, written content is about to start coming out even more so on Substack. I'm going to talk about, the focus there is essentially exposing the deep state, if you will, by name, place, location, I already said place, and time, and all the linkages between. So we're going to go into a link analysis of relationships, how that looks chronologically. For those that had an opportunity to take a look at the 2-hour interaction that I had with Red Pill 78, by the way, amazing podcaster. That is the best interview I've ever been able to participate in. I know it's long, it's 2 hours. It is he called it and most people call it a deep state masterclass. That is just the introduction. I have a 5-hour version, and I can probably provide you with a 10-hour version with a lot of supporting documents. And Tom Speciale over here to my left, who heads up Veterans for America First, has heard the 30-hour version.
It's closer to 300 hours.
300-hour version.
Are you guys driving a lot?
And we learn from each other. So, I mean, other than that, I mean, I'm just mostly Telegram and then Substack probably at this point. So, take both of those. And I just did Stu Peters earlier today.
Can you spell your last name?
Raiklin. So my nickname is Ivan Deep State Marauder Raiklin, also known as Ivan Pence Card Raiklin. And then when I'm in Wisconsin, I am Ivan Toss Voss Raiklin, because we're going to toss that guy. He's the longest standing Speaker of the House anywhere in the country. Rhino Deep State much? Absolutely. So those are kind of like my goals there is, you know, make sure that we expose Mike Pence for what he is, who he is. Voss, I mean, go into the 2-hour thing, it'll cover most of these things. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Red Pill 78, for the opportunity. Thank you for Stu Peters having me on today. We talked about Joseph Pientka III, who was the second FBI agent that was interviewing General Michael Flynn on January 24th. And I call on everybody that knows someone in the FBI to peacefully, respectfully, lawfully get them to be a whistleblower. The first wave is already out. Those of you that did not and know for sure you did not commit any transgression, but you know what occurred, this is your chance. This is your chance to kind of come out of this unscathed. And I don't say that as a threat, because truth comes out. And the court of public opinion is going to be polite to you, I think, if you do it the next week or so. I think after that, as we get into exposing more and more of what was in Crossfire Hurricane and Crossfire Razor, because if I were a guessing man, what you guys picked up in your raid in Mar-a-Lago probably was not the only copy, because remember, it was declassified. I may or may not know a lot of people that have a copy. So, we're providing you an opportunity. Do it the right way. If not, the court of public opinion is going to continue to mount the necessary, lawful, peaceful pressure to be able to get to the truth.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
So that's, we got more?
Yep, just put the microphone right here.
All right, Ivan Raiklin here, back for more attacks.
Well, hey, I didn't show me to you.
So you guys have the capability to listen in?
What's up?
Did you telegraph me there?
Oh. Sorry, this is one second. This is John. I just want to say in my letters request, I would like to offer disclaimer to the views and statements spoken on this guest or tonight or thereon. I do not have any foreknowledge of the comments here. Just what I want. John. So this is Here's John McHugh.
He just playing. He's giving a disclaimer.
That was his disclaimer.
All right. So we got a major reaction from the crowd on that last one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's right. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, they able to see?
They'll see it later.
They just can hear it.
They'll see it later.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't able to hear it, but we're going to go ahead and say that that's a yes. Are you familiar with the North Carolina gerrymandering case that the Supreme Court will be ruling on this fall?
I know of the headline. I have not read the case, so if you have a question about it, I can't answer anything. I just don't know anything about it right now. But you now forced me into looking into it tonight, and so I'll have to make a comment about it tomorrow.
Alright, sorry about that. So
yes, I've been following their work. Magnificent. I've watched 2,000 Mules. I believe I watched it on day one. I've helped a few legislators to go ahead and grow a pair, if you will, and actually showcase that in their districts. A couple that I'm thinking about are, they're already conservative fighters. I kind of say that jokingly about growing a pair. But John McGuire, Delegate John McGuire has actually been showcasing 2,000 Mules several times throughout the district in Virginia, and then Senator Amanda Chase, and trying to connect them to make sure that they can lawfully transmit that, connecting them with Dinesh. But I interrupted, please.
All right. So whatever happened with the Pit, Ripcord, and the Tiger Project, basically the meeting of the minds, the dissemination of information to the public, and most importantly, the information that was supposed to be more significant than the 2,000 Mules documentary, like it was supposed to have international implications. Did that have anything to do with the selection code, or was there something more to that we missed?
So, I don't know how much, did you guys have an opportunity to watch The Pit?
No, we did not, so.
Okay. So, did anybody see the whole Pit that's here? Alright, so I didn't watch the entire thing. I've been meaning to watch the entire thing to review it. I caught glimpses of it. But bottom line, my understanding of what came out of the Pit was further raw evidence implicating the Chinese connection to all of this, right? And here's my assessment. Like, without knowing the details of the Pit, just an overview, I said back on my, before I booted Twitter out of my world, on the same day that President Trump did, right? Before that happened, I came out with an assessment which basically outlined that, I'll paraphrase, all of this going on in our country is essentially in the background. It's where the Chinese Communist Party in China is now in a position, as, and I hate to say this, as the world's global superpower. And I rank it based on four key metrics. Their influence diplomatically, and we call this elements of national power. Diplomatically, through the information ecosystem, military capability, and economics. So what does that look like? Diplomatically, several years ago, they surpassed us in numbers of consulates and embassies represented globally. So, check mark to China, right? Information-wise, they are either on par or increasing in their information ecosystem because what? TikTok, Weibo, a lot of these different hardware companies and cell phone 5G companies are penetrating in countries where we do not have that level of penetration and influence. Thus, they're able to manipulate the data stream going into humanity's brain in those areas of the world. So I argue that they've kind of gotten to a point where they surpassed us also on the information landscape. When we're talking about quantum computing as well as AI, they are in a position due to their lax privacy or lack thereof privacy rules to be able to suck in every single data point that's consumed by their 1.4 billion consumers and their respective devices in their country. They are way ahead in terms of big data because of that, and thus feeding the AI algorithms, which may not be quite as good as ours here, but nonetheless growing in capacity. And then with like I said, the 5G stuff, that's information. Militarily, I would say that we are still much more capable in all aspects. But through the information front, they can manipulate those that are private citizens and those that are non-private citizens to be able to change their culture and psyche to self-destruct, as we're seeing, I think, in our country right now. And on the economic front, what do we have? We have a lot going on. A lot of the products we have in the United States are from where? From China. So that's massive leverage that they have against all of the largest corporations in the United States. Walmart, most of their products come from where? Okay, so multiply that by big pharma, big media, big tech, big corporations, big sports leagues. If those entities want to have access to the 1.4 billion consumer market in China, Hollywood, they have to play by the CCP's rules and the sports leagues, the NBA. Why are these guys kneeling all of a sudden? Guess what? My assessment is that in order for these organizations to have access to the Chinese market, they have to do what China asks them to do to make their money. And what is the result of that? It's the destruction of our society. Self-mutilation promoted everywhere. The critical racism theories that are out there, right? It's just a complete deconstruction and manipulation into getting our society to fight itself so that China continue to escalate and grow for complete global hegemony. That's my assessment. Someone proved me wrong because I was not wrong.
Well, thank you. That was very well thought out assessment. I appreciate that. We're gonna have to play the recording back for that one. So we really do appreciate that.
Can I do one more minute? So
yeah, we got more questions for you.
Okay.
So we got about 4 or 5 more questions. So.
Okay, by extension, I want to really flesh this one out. By extension, the assessment is when you know that that's going on and then you apply it to the leverage that the CCP has over big government, you can start to see how many individuals need to be recruited by the Chinese Communist Party within the United States to take control of society. We talked about the businesses, the private institutions. What about our political ecosystem?
2,000 open espionage cases by the FBI against Chinese nationals in the United States. 2,000 cases.
So I'm hearing in the background 2,000 open espionage cases against Chinese nationals inside of the United States, right? But I'm going to even go one step further. I argue that the congressional, I should say, the federal and state political leadership in California, New York, and possibly, Illinois and Georgia are under the influence at a minimum and maybe recruited by the Chinese Communist Party. And when I say that, it may be through leverage at a minimum and maybe full out control. And I'm going to say the names. And if I'm wrong, someone please refute it. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, Maxine Waters. Those are 4 that come to mind from California. Here's the deal. Under the current system that we have right now, if they commit any illegal act at the federal level, they technically have immunity via a pardon from the Chinese Communist Party's ambassador to the United States by the name of Zhiden, who's squatting in the White House right now. And if they commit a state crime or some sort of transgression in California, they have immunity from Nancy Pelosi's nephew, Gavin Newsom. Apply that to New York. They used to have, Jerry Nadler. By the way, let me back up. Maxine Waters chairs the, Financial Services Committee right now. Eric Swalwell is like your backup or alternate to Adam Schiff to be able to access our federal most sensitive information because he sits on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Adam Schiff is the chair. This is how deep this goes. I could be wrong, but this is my personal private citizen assessment based on reading all the open stuff out there. Most of you guys probably see the same stuff. Let's see here. Who else did I mention? Schiff, Swalwell, Waters.
Raskin.
One more in California. So there you go. That's California. And oh yeah, Feinstein for the Senate side of things. And we're not going to go into that because I think that's been already beaten with a dead horse on that. New York, the chair of the Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler. Right? Who else is over there? Chuck Schumer. So on the Senate side, the leader of the Senate is in New York, and the leader of the House is in California. So all you have to do as a foreign adversary is to really take over, 2, 3, minimum, maybe 5 people, right? To be able to influence them. And how do you do that? Through the economic leverage that I just talked about in those areas. What's in Nancy Pelosi's backyard? Yeah, we know about that, but economically. if Nancy Pelosi is receiving a lot of money for her campaigns from big tech because it's located in her backyard and in her district, and the way they're making money is through listening to how China wants them to conduct their business in the United States, and that money is then used to fund these campaigns, that's the indirect way of influencing the entire operation without directly recruiting someone as an asset, right? Same thing applies to New York. And then in Georgia, we have our good friends Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger. And if you take a look at the paper trail on who purchased the big voting company that we all know about, who was behind that, and who created who signed the contract down in Georgia, it was the Secretary of State. It was Raffensperger. Brian Kemp was the Secretary of State before that, before he was governor. So you start doing the link analysis, if you will, of all these key players and the financial transactions that they were a part of in their in the role of their discretionary authority capacity, it doesn't paint a good picture. And then when folks like me and Tom and Red Pill 78 and Stu and everybody that's collectively listening in on this, as we provide that initial evidence, we collectively can expose all of them with a capability greater than any of our federal institutions. That's what it's going to take. Because at the end of the day, everyone's got a phone. We have more capability now than 10 years ago these institutions had collectively. We're going to use it. The way that they disrupt us is through this constant censorship. So that's why I'm primarily on Telegram, because it's a non-US US app. So when they go after like Getter and Truth, we're going to have to fall back on Telegram until we can regroup. So just FYI, make sure you're on as many platforms as possible, building it up. All right, I'm pausing. That was my monologue for now.
Got time for another question. Good to know.
You have 1 minute left.
We're going to call back in, and I got 2 more questions and then a couple January 6th questions, if that's okay.
No, go ahead and start one right now, and we'll start it until it cuts off. Go ahead.
Okay. What's your thoughts on Patel's evolution theory?
So, first off, it's not Cash Patel. You're referring to Patel Patriot. And I'm going to have a roundtable discussion as long as it takes to discuss that topic and my theory on Mike Pence tomorrow on Red Pill 78. That could go 2 to 5 hours, that podcast.
Okay, and then before we cut off, I'll give you something to think about. What's Ezra Cohen-Watnick up to? Last we heard he might be involved in declassification. Could this have anything to do with the Mar-a-Lago raid? Maybe a reverse scheme?
These are great questions. Stand by for the next call.
Thank you.
That's an awesome question. I love it. That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, they're reading in there.
Everybody, but hey, make a quick announcement so that when they call in, kind of come down a little bit because the live streamers having trouble hearing the business.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh.
No,
I want to say something to Ivan real quick.
Thank you.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I hadn't never seen our live streaming.
Yeah, that was yesterday, right?
No, it was a couple months ago. It was a couple months ago. If you don't already know, my name is Tom Speciale. I'm the executive chairman for Veterans for America First, which is the largest grassroots veterans organization in the United States. It's about 400,000 members. In addition to that, I'm the leader now of Chasing Freedom Virginia, which is a conservative organization, a nonpartisan conservative organization that is devoted to identifying conservative candidates and then ultimately seizing the nomination in the party primaries so that we can put conservatives on the ballot in November. And we were astonishingly successful.
Tell them about that. They're calling in. Tell them about the 2000.
Tell them who you are.
There were we had 4 endorsed candidates. Vets for America First endorsed them, as well as Chasing Freedom Virginia, Hung Kao, Yesley Vega, Terry Nunkin, and Leon Benjamin. All 4 of them got the nomination, and I'm telling you right now that the Republican Party did not want any of those 4 candidates. They wanted somebody else. They wanted somebody else that was easier to control. And between organizations like Veterans for America First and Chasing Freedom Virginia, we were able to take those nominations away. And now we have real conservatives that are running, and we need all of them in Congress in November. So you got, if you're from Virginia, you got to make sure every single person goes and votes in November, because they'll try and steal it from us again.
Awesome.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah. Tom's going to say something before the next question.
Hey, this is Tom Speciale. I'm the executive chairman for Veterans for America First and the leader for an organization out here in Virginia, Chasing Freedom Virginia. And I'm a national security expert, same kind of background as Ivan here. I published a report on Amazon in July of last year. It's basically, you can find it, you got to go look it up on Amazon. It's called Inside the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Strategy. Inside the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Strategy. It's about a 50-page report from literally, I was the person who drafted the domestic terrorism, domestic extremism strategy for the FBI, which never went to the National Security Council because what the FBI wanted to do and proposed in the report was unconstitutional, and I pushed back on it. What I wanted to just mention real quick is on the 2000 open espionage cases, if everybody recalls, right after January 6th, or really leading up to January 6th,
Sorry to interrupt you, but they're all flickering the lights if you guys want to check that out. So
they're flickering the lights. They can hear us up in the Capitol.
They know we're here.
In the Capitol prison where they have these political prisoners. They can hear us and they're flashing their lights at us. And we love you and we're sorry that you're still there. And it's a great embarrassment and a humiliation on the nation that you're being held. And we're going to get you out. And we're going to redeem you. That's a fact. So what I wanted to say just real quick again, and I'll give it back to Ivan real fast. Director Ray originally said, leading up to January 6th, the #1 threat to the United States was domestic extremism. He said it over and over and over again. Every government official said it. Okay? I wrote my report. It went through pre-pub review. It went all the way to the highest levels of the Director of National Intelligence Office of the FBI. And then all of a sudden, Director Ray is coming out and saying that the #1 threat to the United States is China, China, China. 2,000 open espionage cases, and here's the one thing I wanted you to hear. Their #1 target, this is coming directly from Director Ray, about a year and a half too late. The #1 target for their espionage is low-level liberal politicians, school boards, boards of supervisors, houses and legislatures in states, because they know that they can grow and support them into national leaders over the course of the next about 30 years. And they are on trajectory to literally be the singular world superpower in 2039, which is their long-term 100-year marathon objective. So thanks for the thing. I'll give it back to Ivan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, this is Jonathan Mellis at my lawyer's advice. I would like to offer a disclaimer. The views, opinions, and ideas spoken by any guest tonight are their own. I do not have any foreknowledge of the comments here on this platform. God bless America. Alright, sorry about that. Thank you. So we were at Ezra Cohen walk-in. He's involved in maybe possibly declassification, and could this have anything to do with Mar-a-Lago raid? And then I got 2 January 6 questions. So, on a limited time schedule.
Okay, Ezra Cohen walk-in. Or Watnick, excuse me. Ezra's last appointed position was to be the guy that declassifies stuff, if you will. On January 19th of 2021, the declassification that occurred back then, the day before the first term of President Trump ended, remember, first term, the declassification occurred legally, lawfully. And amidst that declassification were the papers related, all the papers related to, I think, was to Crossfire Hurricane and Crossfire Razor. For those that don't know what those are, Crossfire Hurricane was the overarching spying on Trump in the campaign,
And Crossfire Razor spying on General Flynn so that he wouldn't identify later on when he became National Security Advisor that spying occurred.
Flynn was a big threat to Obama, yeah.
And Mike Pence, which we'll talk about for 3 hours tomorrow. However, so as far as I know, I have not heard much from Ezra, although you just reminded me. I'll try to find some more information out. I might be able to do that. And then as far as the documents that were raided and seized, I would call it the following. The FBI conducted an armed robbery. That's probably the more accurate terminology on all these. So the FBI agents conducted an armed robbery headed up by this guy Tebow that was just walked out of the FBI on Friday. And we're not going to forget his name. They went ahead and probably collected, and Kash Patel essentially agrees with this. I saw him earlier today speaking about this. They secured all of the declassified information related to Crossfire, Hurricane, and Razor, which I suspect is then going to be able to identify who was involved and who provided the top cover to be able to conduct such a bold maneuver by the deep state. And I'm going to include names like Mike Pence, his chief of staff, Mark Short, his previous chief of staff, Josh Pitcock, his wife, Josh Pitcock's wife, who was at the FBI, by the name of Catherine Seaman, if you want to look her up, and then the other list that goes on, right? James Comey, Andrew McCabe, Peter Strzok, Bill Priestap, James Baker,
See what you should start doing.
Lisa Page, and I'm probably forgetting a few.
Peter Strzok, maybe?
I said that.
Okay, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Oh,
we're
and
just on
Joseph
limited time.
Bianca. Joseph Bianca.
Maybe we could move on to some J6 questions real quick. This is the last phone call I get from in here.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to try to just combine these two. It's kind of long, so just hear me out real quick. So Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, possibly Mark Milley acted out of their authority on January 6th. Could you elaborate? And moving on to the second question, to kind of combine the two. Biden, Pence, Pelosi, heads of Capitol and Metro Police, and potentially others, even though the DOD should have their phone records / correspondence subpoenaed prior, during, and after January 6th. Is this for the J6, the real J6 investigation coming after midterms? What do you expect to find and why?
Okay, on January 5th, as 147 House members and growing by the minute, and 12 U.S. senators and growing by the minute, on January 5th in the morning, were publicly stating that they were going to object to the electoral slates submitted to them, Nancy Pelosi sprung into action, and I suspect she did the following. We have to do something in order to stop the objections from being aired uncensored on C-SPAN for the whole world to see on January 6th of an illegally conducted and certified election, because we may actually lose this under the 12th Amendment's contingent election if Kevin McCarthy and Mike Pence follow Ivan Raiklin's theory on the authority that they have. Because at that point, with 3 Trump retweets, I think a lot of people were watching my theories, right? So, what did that look like? I suspect they sprung into action, created a plan, had a meeting between the 2 sergeants at arms, Paul Irving and Michael Stenger, as well as those 2, as well as with Mayor of DC, Muriel Bowser, if you hear me, ma'am, as well as her police chief. Because the concurrent jurisdiction on the Capitol grounds, or actually external to the Capitol grounds, is the DC Metro Police Department and the Capitol Police, to include the DNC and RNC, where they came up with a plan on how do we facilitate an unlawful entry into the Capitol, of which you folks were entrapped into. So, what happens? DC Mayor says, any Article 2 branch of government, law enforcement entity such as the FBI, DHS, etc., DOD, you're not, DHS, DOJ, DOD, you're not allowed into the Capitol grounds without my approval. That sets the framework so that the Sergeant at Arms and Capitol Police have full control over anything going in and out of the Capitol without any meddling from others. U.S. Capitol Police Chief Sun requests on 6 occasions from January 3rd through January 6th additional support, knowing that the reporting out there is going to be, there's going to be a lot of us out there. None of us have any ill wishes or intent. However, with a lot of us out there, and we know that Antifa is going to show up in BLM because John Sullivan did with his Black Bloc team, you probably want just additional support. I mean, just smart to do. He recognized it, requested it, but because he is not a voting member of the U.S. Capitol Police Board, which consists of 4 individuals, the other 3 voting members are the U.S. Capitol Architect and the 2 Sergeants at Arms. Well, if there's only 3 voting members and the 2 Sergeants at Arms vote one way, that Capitol Architect can be like, okay, great, you can pound sand. You can do. So I suspect that they came up with this plan of contacting Ray Epps to conduct the outer breach with his outer breach team.
My last and final question, and I will just say it. You have a theory of an inside and outside breach team.
Yep.
John Sullivan and Ray Epps.
Yep.
Do you know more about these breach teams? What are your ideas? Could they possibly have a link to the FBI? Maybe even perhaps from the whistleblowers that have come forward, the 4 whistleblowers in regards to the January 6th committee. And so I'm going to let you go until we get cut off. And thank you for having us speak even after I get cut off for all of our listeners, and I can check it after. Thank you for helping me keep the finger on the pulse and forecasting and talking about this important information. We're big fans. We love you, and thank you for all your support. And I'll let you take it home.
No, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. No, justice is coming. Trust me. I'm working day in and day out now. I've pivoted to this issue. That's why I'm here, obviously, from the election, because we're gonna remedy the election. The key players know what needs to be done in January of 2023 for reinstatement. But that's another topic. Now, as far as you guys, in order to get justice for what's going on there, we like you said, we need to get every single record coming in and out, paper, phone, etc., of the following individuals: the D.C. Mayor, Mario Bowser; the D.C. Metropolitan Police Chief, Conti; Lila Morris, who murdered Roseanne Boylan. She needs to be subpoenaed. You guys have, I'll talk to any of your attorneys if they feel comfortable to figure out how we come up with a strategy to be able
My attorney would love to get in contact with you. I would love to have my attorney get in contact with you. If you can kind of just press on the Ray Epps and John Sullivan inside and outside breach, that would be awesome. And then maybe touch on any whistleblower information if you have it.
Yep, got it. So I had 2 people on Telegram approach me or contact me way early before any of this stuff came out, like 18 months ago. And they said they witnessed John Sullivan meeting with Michael Voss, who's Nancy Pelosi's son-in-law, at the W Hotel just north of Freedom Plaza at noon on the 5th. So I suspect there was a meeting at the Capitol, and then they coordinated the deployment of John Sullivan for the inner breach team and communicated it to him via her son-in-law, Michael Voss. And then later on that evening, John Sullivan was seen standing there with Ray Epps as he was recruiting folks for the following day to attack the Capitol. Not attack people, just attack the Capitol. It's almost as though like they just needed the optics of their, quote, insurrection. And then meanwhile, while that plan
You have 1 minute left.
While that plan was set in place, they created the diversion. At the same time that Ray Epps is calling for the attack of the Capitol, DNC and RNC pipe bombs are placed. 7:53 p.m. at DNC, 8:05, I believe, over at the RNC. Guess what? That's within the U.S. Capitol Police jurisdiction. So if the U.S. Capitol Police Chief's son is a white hat and was trying to do the right thing, he deploys his assets, as he said in his C-SPAN, the hearing before the Congress, and he deployed assets down there, which made it even more sparse around the Capitol. So you have a Capitol Police that's not ready, they're not really able to provide security when 1 million of us are out there, right? To include the bad actors, Antifa BLM, but yet they make it even more sparse. I say that the Sergeant at Arms that's still alive, Paul Irving down in Tampa, has a lot of explaining to do. And if you guys know
Thank
who
you
he
for
is,
using Securus. Goodbye.
please contact him and find out. So that's a start. I will continue this conversation every day, whether here in person or via phone.
You guys want me to finish? Since
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah.
Can they hear me out there? If I
The live streamers will see these later.
No?
Sometimes the live streamers will see the video later.
But they're going to be able to see this maybe later, right? If I continue.
They can watch live streams in there? Well, they see it on some people rerun some like RAV runs there.
Some people, okay.
Yes.
So, I didn't finish who needs to be, all the records to be obtained. Let's start from the beginning so that we don't miss anyone. Because there's different buckets of people that can and cannot be FOIA. Let's start with the executive branch. You have Vice President Mike Pence has a Secret Service detail that's with him inside the Capitol when he's conducting the joint session. Those two agents and Mike Pence, all of that needs to be scrutinized on all conversations in the lead up to the joint session, during the joint session, and after. His chief of staff, Mark Short, everything needs to be scrutinized. We're talking a colonoscopy here. Up to, through, including his neck and brain in terms of data, right? The Secret Service agents as well. The supervisors of those Secret Service agents, up to and including the director of the Secret Service, or I think they call it the administrator, I can't remember the title. What about at the DNC? Kamala Harris. They supposedly said she was there in the morning. Well, if you're I don't agree with the term, but if you're the incoming, whatever you want to call it, that's going to reside and take over Mike Pence, you are also allocated a Secret Service detail, executive branch entity. You can FOIA them. How about we FOIA them, their supervisors, etc.? That's the executive branch. Now let's move over to the District of Columbia. The mayor, the Metropolitan Police Chief, Chief Conte, C-O-N-T-E, the 106th Precinct, which covers the Capitol, excuse me, 102nd Precinct, I can't remember the two. There's 102nd and 106th. I'm in the middle of writing a Substack article detailing everything that I'm saying right now. I've been trying to get it out, but hopefully this week it'll be out. But it's going to detail all of these things, and I'm going to probably continue to add to it. Contact information, like how to help get through to these folks. Then 102nd and 106th Precinct, the captains, and then whatever officer that were in there participating in this. Let's do a colonoscopy of them. Next, U.S. Capitol Police, Chief Son. He's retired. I think he's a white hat based on what he did and based on the one tweet that he sent out on his Twitter a year after the Capitol joint session. And he said, I know the truth and I will be getting it out. That's all he said. It'll be interesting. Hopefully he survives and doesn't see the same fate as the Senate Sergeant at Arms, who is recently deceased. Unknown why. Why did he not lay in state as a Sergeant at Arms? Why did Mitch McConnell did not advocate for that? These are questions. So, the Capitol Police Board. Oh, I forgot, Lila Morris, also for the DC Metro Police Department. We're getting to the U.S. Capitol Police. More? Okay, so U.S. Capitol Police, Chief Sund, Michael Byrd. Love to see particularly everything on his phone and email after he murdered Ashley. That will give us some insight on what was in his head. Because the immediate reaction, the way I saw it, I have a little bit of experience in firing weapons, some of you may know. You also have a lot more experience than I do training others in firing weapons. That was at a minimum a negligent discharge. The way he was postured, the way his finger was on the trigger, that was not following any protocol. There's a methodology for escalation of force. I presume they have non-lethal mechanisms, and when somebody's coming in not presenting any sort of lethal threat to you as law enforcement, and you're gonna help me out with this, Tom. You don't use lethal force. So I'm gonna present this to Tom because he's in a better position to articulate this.
There's a couple of things on this that I think are very important to understand. First of all, we need to know what the rules of engagement were inside the Capitol. What were the specific written instructions, or what was conveyed over the radio, over phones, or verbally during the entire event? Because even the Senate report says that no one was basically in charge. Everybody was really just running around willy-nilly, just doing things. There was no instruction and no guidance, which means you cannot lawfully do what he did because there were probably no instructions for lawful use of lethal force inside the Capitol, period. The most important piece of that, the most important piece of the whole event is that there are 3 policemen standing in front of the door, and Ashley, I talked to her mother about this. It just breaks my heart. Ashley was trying to stop and you might know the guy's name, from breaking the glass. And then the 3 policemen standing in front of the door moved away and were standing on the side. That's when Ashley did what I think virtually everybody that would have been inside the Capitol would have done, because they were letting her pass. So she climbed through the window. And I believe, and I put this in my report, I believe he got scared. They're yelling outside. He doesn't know how many people. There's no leadership. Okay, an absolute failure of leadership on the part of every part of the protective element of the Capitol.
And a lot of folks are down at DNC and RNC.
And they only had half the police there anyway, because it's supposedly because of COVID. Okay, but then when the round is fired, I'm sorry you have to relive this, but I'm going to say something about Ashley here in a minute because it needs to be heard again. When that round was fired and she fell back, nobody gave her aid. They just picked her body up and they drug her away. That is absolutely unconscionable that happened. That is absolutely against every fiber of what those people supposedly were taught, was to render aid immediately, and instead they did not do that. But I'm going to say this, and she's heard me say it, but Ashley Babbitt forever is in the pantheon of the founding fathers in the reformation of this American dream. Her name will never be forgotten. Never. Just like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, Ashley Babbitt stands in the pantheon of the founding fathers today, and she will forever. And we are going to know all of their names too, because when this gets resolved, they're going to be remembered also in the pantheon of patriots that fought for liberty in this country. That's a fact.
Amen.
I can't follow that. I'm the nerd. He hits the heart.
No, he's going to call right back so we can get his full 15 minutes. This is John McKellop calling in. He's a former Jeff McKellop. Kelly, come tell us a little something about us before he calls back.
The live streamers know about it.
I don't know much about Jeff.
Tell us what
Just
you
know
know.
that
He's the one that had the 2. He served in the military.
Jeff is a Special Forces Green Beret, and so he's, John calls him like the consummate badass, because he's a lot of stories. This is Jeff McKellop that's calling in. So she said John because John's calling, but I guess he's going to put Jeff on. And John was actually on the other night. Jeff was on the other night. He was telling us about how he had not gotten medical treatment I think that was Jeff McKellop. Can anyone? And he was actually having an abscess that was compacting in his molar, and it had been 17 days. He kept getting denied, ignored, and so he actually had to take a staple from some papers in his cell and actually drain the pus out of the abscess. By the way, he has a completely clear criminal record, never committed a crime in his life, and now he's going through this.
That was Jeff. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
Okay, you're on.
All right. We got Jeffrey McKellop from Sacramento, California, and now lives in Virginia. Father of 2, U.S. Army Special Forces. He spent 30 years serving our country. Now he is labeled a terrorist and is facing 10 to 15 years in prison because he reacted after seeing innocent women and elderly being attacked and maced by Metro Police. I have seen the footage. He may use some harsh language. He is not happy. He feels abandoned. Our government happily utilized his services for decades and has now turned against him. Jeffrey McKellop is a real badass American-made patriot. We cannot let him be destroyed. Here is Jeffrey McKellop. These opinions, ideas, and any guests are thereon. They got everything for knowledge of their comments and their platform. God bless America.
Whistle for Jerome! We love you, brother.
Yeah. You guys talking to me, right?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay.
You got a lot of love
how's
out
everybody
here.
doing? Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out here tonight showing up, so they're all ready to hear what you have to say, Jeffrey. So tell us what you know.
Nice. Yeah, I heard you guys had some problems out there with some counter-protesters.
Never.
Not really. No, they didn't bother us too badly. We got one out here tonight too, but you know they're just paid to be here, and then they go buy their little crack rocks and go home. It's okay.
Yeah. Be careful of infiltrators, man. They dress up. They're like chameleons. And they walk and move amongst you and act like they're with you, but they're really not. So it happens a lot, especially during January 6th.
Yeah, more.
I understand you guys have some questions for me.
We just want to know how you're doing, and we want to let you know we love you, and we're sorry for what you're going through, and that sometimes when you feel alone, it's harder than you can even imagine. So we just want to let you know we're out here supporting you. But really, we want to hear what you have to say to us. And we want to thank you.
Oh, this place is a goddamn walking nightmare, man. I mean, this place functions on full-blown chaos, from the chain of command all the way down to the lowest idiot that works here. I tried to get my teeth done. 6 weeks, man. I begged and pleaded, putting in paperwork to get my tooth fixed. I had an abscessed molar. You know what? I took care of it myself. I straightened out a staple and jammed it into the gingival tissue on the lingual side of my mouth, squeezing out the goo. I think I mentioned that once before. And then all of a sudden during, I brought this up in court. What happened? What was my repayment for this? Oh, they sent 6 people in here to isolate, intimidate, interrogate me, and press me to sign and take paperwork against my will. That's level 3 SEER school interrogation tactics they try to perform on me. And I almost fell for it, too. I'm like, no, this can't be happening. I mean, this is like, can you spell KGB? I'm like, this is unbelievable here, man. What else? Besides the black flies and the funk, I don't know, foodstuffs. I don't even eat it anymore. I'm afraid they're going to put fentanyl, methamphetamines, or psilocybin or something in my food and call it an overdose. What else? Gosh, man. They cut off the FBI, came to my cell one night, took everything I had, everything. They handcuffed me to the railing out front, cut off all of my communications, both incoming and outgoing, mail and texting. So whatever we're doing right now is probably being recorded. What else, man? I mean, the list is endless. The buffoonery here is a nightmare. They claimed I had COVID, and they stuck me in isolation for 10 straight days. I was allowed 30 minutes outside my cell, 24/7. I'm like, how can I have COVID if I never took it? Excuse my English, taken a test. How did I pop for that? They're like, oh, don't worry about it, just get in there. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. I tried to call my attorney about that. What else? I don't know, man. It just goes on. It's inhumane. I gave better treatment to terrorists in the Helmand province of Afghanistan than I get here, man. I mean, it's classic, man. This place is classic POW, minus the beatings, man. So tell my children if I make it out alive, I love them with all my heart, man. And they cry because my ex-wife tells them I'm not going to see them again. I mean, it's fuck, man. There's no end to it. What else, man? I've lost everything I own, risked my life for this country for almost 30 straight years, only to be standing alone with my goddamn hand extended. And then what happens? Don't you turn your back on me, man. I swear to God, when I need you the most. This is unbelievable. I'm finished.
The caller has hung up.
I'm sorry.
God bless him. God bless him.
I think John warned him about us yesterday.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say is I spoke with John a little bit yesterday, and he's suffering very, very much from PTSD. And what you just heard, I mean, that's true emotion. That's exactly how he feels. And him hanging up, I mean, don't hold it against him.
No, he probably saw the time.
But can you?
He probably saw the time and hung up before they hung up on him.
No,
he said I'm done, and he just hung up.
That was intentional. But I mean, the one thing to keep in mind, and my heart breaks, over half of the guys in here are military veterans, served, many of them decorated military veterans. We have Purple Heart recipients, locked up like animals. I mean, these guys, Jeremy Brown, 22-year Green Beret, they came to arrest him on a misdemeanor, planted evidence, and has been indefinitely detained since last September. It's incredible what's being done to these guys. And these guys are American heroes.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I will say, and not just to everybody here, but those on the live streams going out, pray for these guys. You know, some of these guys joke around. They do that more for our benefit. But I mean, imagine what they're going through in there. Put yourself in their shoes, you know. And it's despicable. It's despicable what this country has become. And the only way to fix it, we need to unite. We the people is the most powerful thing that makes America America. We are as a collective have always been the most generous, compassionate people. We need to reach down and find that, because without that, we're going to lose our country forever. So,
We need to tear down the labels.
absolutely.
Like left and right, no. Goodbye.
Well, the one thing that I say, I'm co-founder, for those of you that may not know me, I'm Randy Ireland. I'm co-founder of Americans for Justice. And really what, the core mission of Americans for Justice is to unite people. We're nonpartisan. We want to unite people around the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and due process. Right. Again, I mean, the one thing I will say, most of the people here are on the right politically. There's so many different battlefronts. There's so many different battlegrounds that we're all engaged in, whether it's election integrity, medical freedom, the southern border crisis, standing up for our Second Amendment, CPS, child sex trafficking and all of this. The one thing they all have in common is the lack of due process and the lack of our elected officials upholding their oath to the Constitution. And if we, the people, come together with one voice and say enough is enough, that is what will change things, so.
Right.
Anything you want to add?
Yeah. You want me to keep going?
A couple minutes.
For a couple minutes. 9 o'clock, we do say the next one.
Absolutely. Just cut me off, I'll stop. So we talked about Pence and his crew. We talked about Kamala Harris and their crew. We talked about the U.S. Capitol Police. Remember, the U.S. Capitol Police jurisdiction covers to include DNC and RNC. They have footage, body cam, etc. They're the ones that have jurisdiction over what the pipe bomb replacement was about, not the FBI. The only time that the FBI, DOJ, DHS, DOD can enter the Capitol grounds is at the invite of the Capitol Police Board. That only occurred after they created the optics that they wanted to. And they were part of their optics. The staged, facilitated, unlawful entry into the Capitol. That's all they needed. That's why you had Ray Epps. Only attack the Capitol and only enter the Capitol. Because that's all we need. Because we're going to call up Lincoln Project and have pre-recorded videos and messaging to basically say, hey, look what happened. Insurrection, insurrection. Guess what? Fedsurrection.
Right. That's right.
Do you want to lead the prayer? Oh wait, I think I'm supposed to.
Okay, we're gonna take a moment of silence for Jeffrey McKillop, and we're gonna start that now, and then we're gonna huddle up and pray and sing. So, whatever's in your heart you'd like to say to God about Jeffrey, we're gonna have a moment of silence for Jeffrey McKillop first, and then we'll pray. Okay, I just am a little distracted by the emotion of what just happened, and I want to ask God to keep Mr. McKillop in his thoughts and his prayers, and I would like to thank God for the grace He's given all of us to show up here and to support each other and to reach out to these men in any way that we can. I would suggest that everybody says special prayer for Jeffrey McKillop. I just don't even know what to say. My heart hurts for him. I know what it is like to have this country use you up and throw you away. I've seen it. I'd like to ask God to help me understand that and thank Him in advance for the umbrella of peace that I hope He brings to Jeff tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Augusta County is behind him.
Are you ready? Are you ready to sing?
John.
Every single person that thinks about us and all of our enemies, please pray for Joe Biden.
That's right, John.
Please pray for Joe Biden, because that man's heart needs to be opened. He needs to be open, and he needs to know what's happening to Jeffrey McKillop. He needs to know what's happening to all these veterans. I'm going to give it back to you, Mama Mickey.
Okay, we're ready to sing the national anthem, guys.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, with our stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. What the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? USA! 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 USA!
do that. I mean, I'm normal. I got things
Okay,
going
everybody.
in my head, like,
This
what
is
I'd like to do here.
a tradition that we've started here.
just
We're going
can't
to do
do it.
roll call. The roll call, this is a list of all of those J6 defendants who are either indefinitely detained or serving their sentence. We're going to start out by those that are no longer with us. 4 of them died on January 6th. I believe the other one died shortly thereafter. Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, Brian Sicknick. Rest in peace. Pauline Bauer, indefinitely detained, 453 days. Daniel Caldwell, indefinitely detained, 560 days. I apologize. Zachary Alam, indefinitely detained, 577 days. Thomas Ballard, indefinitely detained, 385 days. Pauline Bauer, indefinitely detained, 469 days. Joe Biggs, indefinitely detained, 496 days. Jeffrey Brown, indefinitely detained, 332 days. Jeremy Brown, indefinitely detained, 334 days. Alan Byerly, indefinitely detained, 431 days. Daniel Caldwell, indefinitely detained, 567 days. Jacob Chansley, indefinitely detained, 600 days. William Cressman, indefinitely detained, 599 days. Lonnie Kaufman, indefinitely detained, 600 days. Mason Corson, indefinitely detained, 273 days. David Dempsey, indefinitely detained, 370 days. Lucas Denning, indefinitely detained, 261 days. Charles Donahoe, indefinitely detained, 532 days. Scott Fairland, indefinitely detained, 592 days. Brandon Fellows, indefinitely detained, 592 days. Kyle Fitzsimon, indefinitely detained, 573 days. Mitchell Gardner, indefinitely detained, 432 days. Robert Gieswin, indefinitely detained, 590 days. Simone Gold, detained, 39 days. James Grant, indefinitely detained, 320 days. Matthew Green, indefinitely detained, 497 days. Timothy Hill Cusinelli, indefinitely detained, 591 days. Kenneth Harrelson, indefinitely detained, 539 days. Donald Hazard, indefinitely detained, 261 days. Albuquerque Head, indefinitely detained, 509 days. Adam Jackson, indefinitely detained, 90 days. Shane Jenkins, indefinitely detained, 544 days. Douglas Jensen, indefinitely detained, 599 days. Daryl Johnson, indefinitely detained, 446 days. Cash Kelly, indefinitely detained, 594 days. Josiah Kenyon, indefinitely detained, 287 days. Julian Cater, indefinitely detained, 534 days. Matthew Kroll, indefinitely detained, 189 days. Jacob Lane, indefinitely detained, 592 days. Nicholas Langerand, indefinitely detained, 503 days. Cody Matisse, indefinitely detained, 327 days. Mark Mazza, indefinitely detained, 292 days. James Malt, indefinitely detained, 328 days. Ronald Maccabee, indefinitely detained, 378 days. James McGrew, indefinitely detained, 461 days. Sean McHugh, indefinitely detained, 461 days. Jeffrey McCallum, indefinitely detained, 534 days. Kelly Meggs, indefinitely detained, 560 days. Jonathan Mellis, indefinitely detained, 566 days. Garrett Miller, indefinitely detained, 588 days. Matthew Ryan Miller, indefinitely detained, 583 days. Jordan Mink, indefinitely detained, 589 days. Robert Moore, indefinitely detained, 407 days. Marshall Neff, indefinitely detained, 352 days. Ryan Nichols, indefinitely detained, 590 days. Ethan Nordine, indefinitely detained, 574 days. William Robert Norwood, indefinitely detained, 174 days. Joseph Padilla, indefinitely detained, 554 days. Robert Palmer, indefinitely detained, 542 days. Dominic Pizzola, indefinitely detained, 594 days. Mark Ponder, detained 36 days. Chris Quaglin, indefinitely detained, 511 days. Barry Ramey, indefinitely detained, 132 days. William Reed, indefinitely detained, 517 days. Guy Reffitt, indefinitely detained, 593 days. Zach Reel, indefinitely detained, 344 days. Stuart Rhodes, indefinitely detained, 230 days. Howard Richardson, 274 days. Thomas Robertson, indefinitely detained, 595 days. Daniel Rodriguez, indefinitely detained, 517 days. Jeffrey Sable, indefinitely detained, 586 days. Ryan Samsel, indefinitely detained, 578 days. Ronald Sandlin, indefinitely detained, 580 days. Peter Schwartz, indefinitely detained, 573 days. Godfrey Sweet, indefinitely detained, 439 days. Dustin Thompson, indefinitely detained, 583 days. Bart Shibley, detained 132 days. Peter Stager, indefinitely detained, 594 days. Andrew Taki, indefinitely detained, 404 days. George Tanios, indefinitely detained, 162 days. Enrique Tario, indefinitely detained, 176 days. Jessica Watkins, indefinitely detained, 591 days. Jack Whitten, indefinitely detained, 600 days. Christopher Rowe, detained 240 days. Ricky Quist Whitten, detained 144 days. Kyle Young, indefinitely detained, 506 days. These are the individuals that we have lost to suicide since January 6th. Christopher Georgia, Matthew Perna, and Mark Ungst. Rest in peace.
In peace.
And one of the things I want to say is thank you everybody for coming out. Mickey and I will not be here tomorrow night. We have a function that we need to go to. I'll be back.
Other people will?
Other people will be here, so please come out and support keep this going in our absence, please. I'll be back on Thursday night, and then Mickey will be back, I believe, Saturday night. So we'll be here. We're going to be here throughout the month of September. Thank you so much. Let's get more and more people out. Amen. When you come back, grab a friend, grab a neighbor, grab a family member. We need to make this permanent. And we really need to start this at every jail where every one of these guys are held. I believe we counted the other day 16 different facilities around the country. Probably the biggest two is this, here at the DC Gulag, and then also at Northern Neck in Virginia.
Tell them what happened at Northern Neck today, Randy.
Northern Neck, one of the things that Mickey and I, and this is something I do want to mention, it's like we we've been wanting to start a program at Americans for Justice around the J6 community. And for the lack of a better word, we refer to it as a wraparound service. What happens when, and this has happened a few times here over the last, I would say 3 or 4 months, 6 months, when these guys get released, whether it's pre-trial release or they serve their sentence and they walk out of the jail, they are basically put out the door with only the shirt on their back. Absolutely no funds, no way to call or communicate with anybody, not even their ID.
They get 2 sack lunches though.
Yep.
2 sack lunches and hit the road.
They don't even do that here.
Yeah. No.
But she's talking about Northern Neck, and I'll speak about Northern Neck in a minute. One of the things, like Brian Mock, we played his song here almost on a nightly basis. He wrote the very words to that song while he was here for 8 months, 8+ months. And the one thing that I can say is he had family in the area, but when they let him out, I believe it was 5-6 hours before his parents came to get him. And so what we really want to do with Americans for Justice, and really what we did today is really the first step in that. We want to start a program where we have a person that on the ground that meets them as they come out of jail. We put them up for the night. We get, we give them the communication device for them to speak and make arrangements with their family if that's what's needed. But we also arrange transportation back to their home. And if they need it, we'd like to, kind of chip in and make sure that they have a place to stay for the first 90 days. And if they need a job, at whatever point in time, I'll put it this way. I worked very closely with Brian Mock when he was released on pre-trial. And that was probably a month and a half, almost 2 months ago now. But these guys are going to face very, very tough adjustment going back into the community.
Tell them what happened. Get to the good stuff.
Would you like to do it?
No, I want you to do what happened. We need a win.
We found out last night that there was a gentleman from the Northern Neck facility that was getting out today on pre-trial release. And so, we don't have many wins in this up to this point, but that was something where Mickey and I drove to Northern Neck, met him there. We were fortunate to bring him to have a burger.
Yeah, we did.
Burger at his place, and we were there with him. His wife had flown out to meet him, and so, it was actually very, very heartwarming. It was very emotional. While we were there having dinner, Brandon Fellows called me, and this guy's brother actually is in the same pod as Brandon Fellows, and so we were able to connect, and the two brothers were able to talk.
In Oklahoma?
What's that?
They're from Katy, Texas.
Yeah.
Katy, Texas.
This guy was. I just don't want to say his name because I don't know any kind of.
Said it was okay.
It was okay. Okay. Adam Jackson is his name. He's from Katy, Texas, and his brother is still in Northern Neck. So, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it's great when this happens. Pre-trial release. I wish these doors would open and everybody was on pre-trial release like they ought to be. Everybody, every U.S. citizen is supposed to have a constitutional right. One of the Bill of Rights is bail. And for the vast majority of these guys, they've never spent a day in jail before in their life. Why are they denied bail? It's all about politics. Make no mistake about it. And so, having said all of that, the one thing I will say is we're going to start a fundraiser within Americans for Justice, specifically for this wraparound program. Mickey and I are going to be here in D.C. for the next, at least through the end of September. I'd like it to be more permanent, but a lot of that just remains to see how things work out. But the bigger thing is, anytime anything like that happens, we need an organization. We need a program in place that can meet these guys where they need it. So, please, at this point, if you could, go to Americans for Justice. One of the things that we are doing with Americans for Justice is we're looking to establish a chapter in each of the 50 states, and it's going to be a member and a chapter kind of a organization. And what we'd like to do is begin building out that network. So especially in the states where we do have guys indefinitely detained, we have representatives there on the ground where we can reach out, let them know, hey, so-and-so is getting out at a particular point in time, we can have a person right there on the grounds to meet them, kind of like what we did today. So if you get a chance, please, you know, go to our website. You can reach it www.a4justice.org. Sign up, become a member. We have 2 membership levels, $10 a month or $20 a month if you prefer to pay per year. It's $100 per year or $200 per year. And so all of that really goes to begin to put the foundation in place so that we can have a program like this for these guys. So thank you so much. We're going to close this out by playing God Bless America, also known as Proud to Be an American. Please sing along.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, on the sea of shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, from New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand to say. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. USA, 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 USA.
Everybody here. This woman right here has made all of this possible. We need to honor her and her beautiful, beautiful daughter. So let's say her name. Ashley Babbitt! 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 Ashley Babbitt!
God bless you.
actually being raised the best of them.
Oh my God! Don't use that.
I see it. You guys. I don't sleep much, actually.
Yeah, that's the only way I get as much done as I do.
Hey, dude.
In fact, I think I was up until 1 or 2 last night.
Hey, dude.
Hey, sorry, live streamers. We were extra howdy today.
And
he has an extra fancy microphone, so.
It's, I don't know.
That's what he gets for being so fancy. Who's texting me? Oh, that's my new friend. What's her name? Somebody over there. What's my mom doing? My mom's in LA. Let's see what she said. Oh, here's this some guy in LA is wearing that shirt. That's funny. That's the other thing. Oh, just like a hippie waitress. Okay, thanks, Mom. It's very cool, Mom. I mean, I would totally wear that shirt. And then earlier she trying on a hat. Yeah, that's decent. I wouldn't buy it, but...
For real.
I don't know.
Alright, here, I'll walk with y'all.
The crazy girl over there.
I know, there might be more up there. I think they're...
Y'all have a nice one. Nice meeting everybody. Hey, what's your name again?
Ivan.
Ivan. Nice meeting you again. That's bad you remember me, man. Come on, man. As your president would say. Come on, man. You ain't remember me, Josh. Josh, you ain't remember me. I'm the only black guy that was out here probably that day. You ready?
Yeah.
What's up?
Start walking people up, guys.
Because when you wear a mask, now I can't. Yeah, I get it.
Not too much.
We gotta celebrate your birthday.
Yeah. Let's go.
He wanted to celebrate. He wanted to come out here and surprise you. They mad deep. Now I think I'm in.
Who?
The police.
Oh, I'm not worried about the police.
No, I know that. They deep like this every night?
No, only when like, I mean, sometimes they are for no reason. Yeah. Nah.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. You good?
Yeah. We're going back to
Fairfax?
Yeah.
I mean, I might want. Can you wait around a while? Can you give me like 15?
Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Take your time. We're going to put you on there.
All right. Thank you so much, Cindy. I really needed that. I think we need a dog out here to sniff Anarchy Princess. She said bomb like 10 times. You guys have a camera going up there? No, you. Hey John, are there any other critters here? Hey John, are there any other critters here that you know of? Yeah, that's what inflation's good for, Mud Pie. Oh yeah.
What I missed?
Nothing.
What's she at?
She's still sitting down there.
Why you standing right
She's
here?
counting her like couple dollars.
Why you standing right here? I'm going down and see. I ain't ready.
Huh? No. Come on.
Well, I'm not going that way. I'm going down.
You're not going this way?
You ready to go?
Soon? Yeah.
I was trying to make sure everybody good.
Yeah, we don't need to go down there. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go, guys. If there's any way you could, all your donations help a lot.
Don't put it on my check.
I won't. Okay, thank you, John. It's a cop car with no tints at all. That's weird. Maybe if you're on probation as a cop, they give you a no tint car. I need to go home, take a bunch of vitamin C, a bunch of Mucinex, and some Tylenol. It's in my chest. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just like side effect from quitting smoking. But I don't feel bad. My lungs do though. I feel fine. And I don't have any muscle aches or anything either.
When do we start getting bikes like that? That's sweet.
Yeah, BMW.
Yeah. My dad had the K1100 and took it all around the country. That's crazy. So my brother-in-law did an iron bike. He put extra points on it and everything. Yeah. The iron bike goes 10,000 miles.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Not too bad. Thank you, Share Bright Light. I've been saving so much money too by not smoking. Oh, is it big?
Take care, God.
You too, Steve. Did somebody say water?
Oh, God. Wait, man. Come on, better man.
Just remember shit happens.
Hey, how you?
Muted for just a moment, guys.
That's cool. How you doing?
Thank you, baby steps.
She's still bringing that up?
Yeah, this is. But at the end of the day, I didn't have no one. But if I did,
Hey man, are you following me?
I sure am, man. I'm
stop.
All right, David. Take care.
Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah. Thank you, baby steps. You're best. You and your husband.
Let me talk. Let me say hello to everybody.
Hey.
No,
you. So we can see you.
Hey, we had the babies, y'all. I came
I want to
back
say
out.
congratulations. You
We
had
had the
twins.
babies.
2 babies.
Yep, we back out here.
2 boys?
A boy and a girl.
Boy and a girl.
Yep. Heath and Marie.
Congratulations.
Thanks, everybody. Y'all need to get out here with us. Now I got to take Josh home.
You don't have to.
All right, Glory. I can go on and left right here, can I?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a one-way only that way. Oh man, this graveyard looks extra creepy through the screen. See you, man. Can you give me a ride?
We're not going too far from him.
I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I'll see you tomorrow. Alright. Call me.
We'll shut it down.
Huh? I'm about to. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys. I wouldn't be able to come out here every day without y'all's help. Because this is my full-time job now. It's not easy exactly, but I like it. I like it a lot. Good night, Justin. Good night, Justin's girlfriend. I forgot your name. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for all you do. Alright, I'm gonna end this right now. I'm gonna hop in this truck. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your views. If you haven't subscribed yet, please remember to subscribe. Hit the notification bell, and after you hit the bell, select all, and you'll be notified anytime I have new content, including a live, shorts, or videos. So thank you for all your viewership and your patriocy and your love and your prayers. I really appreciate all of it. I can feel all of it. And thank you so much, everybody. Have a blessed night.